Konami! The squirrely is a little sad right now because I took her blanket out of her crate to wash it. And she just went to go get in it and saw that there was no blanket and looked at me like, and then laid down on the floor. You not have a blanket right now, my baby? Oh, it's gotta be washed occasionally. Even though to her, she's probably like, it stink like me. It's the best when it stink like me. But sometimes you have to reset the stink. That's life. Sometimes the stink needs resetting. The stink is comfort. The stink needs reset. The blanket is still not there, my baby. There's still no blanket. She knows the door opened and then just stood there looking at the fact that there's no blanket. I'll go check and see if it's done washing so it can be put in the dryer. Let me check her blanket. It's not done yet. Why don't you get up on the bed? Why don't you get on the bed and be comfy? Instead of being sad about your blanket. Wanna get on the bed? Come on. This way. I'll put you on the bed. Okay. Hopefully that appeases her for the time it takes for her blanket to be done. She was so cute last night. Sleeping on the bed with her head on the pillow. She was out. There she is. So sleepy. In this picture, you can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 pillows. Six of them. All are entirely necessary, I promise. I think there are actually 7 pillows on the bed right now. Because there's my wedge pillow here, my head pillow, my buckwheat one there, the one the squirrely is on here. This is another one. Sometimes I put it in between my legs. Sometimes I put my arm on it to try to make my shoulder not collapse in my sleep. Here's another one. This one doesn't actually stay on the bed when I sleep. It's just another pillow that exists and sits on the bed during the day. And here's one here. 6 of them. All clustered up. And then my iPad. This is my iPad right here. She was so comfy. Oh, today I had a fun time this morning called I fell down the last 2 steps of the porch steps onto the ground. Sometimes my feet and legs just don't work right. And they stop stepping right. So then I fall. Yeah, I'm okay. I landed on my left knee and then unfortunately caught myself with my right hand. So I might have to put my wrist brace on at some point. Yeah, there's railings. It was like my foot got stuck in a stutter step and then I went down. Because short dog, short leash, failing legs. She's not stopping. She's not going down steps slowly. She can't really. She's long and short. I mean, the leash is probably a normal length for a normal sized dog. But with a short dog, it's a little short. She wasn't planning for it. Alright, let's work. Yay, work, yay, work, yay. Yay. Yay, work. I think of you. I really don't need the guides right now. I think I was just giving an example of what I do. Where was I? That explains why I was confused. Okay, that's done. That's done. That's done. Right. It crashed last time. I'm remembering. That's done. That's done. I think I was working on the glasses, wasn't I? Did I finish them? Yes. Boy, I was getting a lot done. Oh, right, we were like on the hair. Great! I now know where I am. I'm gonna turn the guides off right now. Wow, that's microscopic. Half the time it's just better to do a straight line and then adjust. This we want to follow the contour of the main part. Like the big chunk of hair. Can probably do this. You can come in and like adjust everything widthwise per each like node. Hi, Kome-san. Da da da. Since this is pretty symmetrical, if we take our time on this side, we don't have to take our time on the other side. That's the real benefit of taking your time with some parts on a nice symmetrical model. So that looks good. We're gonna go in here and add like extra parts for like the parts that stick out from the main mass. It's just how I usually end up doing it. So that if you do want to, like, squish the space that's open between them, the hole, you can. Sometimes I will also make like the hair mesh really, really simple and then hit the 4 division button. Because that inserts a bunch of... That basically takes your verts that you have and multiplies it by 4. It's like subdividing in 3D programs. I'm gonna squash this in some. Alright, everything's covered. In control. Erase it all here. Paste. Flip.
Hi, Nami. Have you heard about Scene Eurovision Song Contest? It's the semi-final 2 today and final on Saturday.
The only thing I've seen recently about Eurovision is the guy... The tweets about the guy that was disqualified even though he had like the most European song. And that was what, 2 years ago? But I haven't checked anything with this year's Eurovision. Thank you, Zitter, thank you. We got any good songs? I mean, we all know that my song from the AMV, the John Rolfe Beast AMV, that's a Eurovision song, Hold Me Closer. And then I really like Think About Things by Davi? Davi Frere? Is that how you pronounce that? That's another Eurovision song that I like. But I'm not aware of any of this year's songs. Any bangers? The one that was written by AI? What? Baby, I want you to know. Believe me, I'll always say so. Bum, 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 bum. I love that song. If you haven't listened to Think About Things by Davi Frere, look it up. It was written for the baby. You think like, oh, baby like your partner. No, baby like baby. Like his baby. took some time. I don't like how that did that for divide. We are bound together now and forever. So see, that's an example of like, you can make a super simple low vertex count mesh and then for division. I used to be a big Eurovision fan, but it was rekindled some years ago. Always hard to know if you Americans have seen it. We really only get to know about it from the internet. And Europeans posting about Eurovision. Baby, I can't wait to know. What do you think about things? Believe me, I always think you know. And you can tell me anything and I'll listen. I might even know what to say. But either way, I'll be here. Oh, no, 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 baby. I can't wait to know. What do you think about things? Believe me. First time is free for Americans to watch? What? I didn't know that. It's on the YouTubes. I'll have to check it later. There are some bangers. Hell, even even the Eurovision fucking Will Ferrell movie had the banger. I don't even have Think About Things playing in my ears. That's just how much I've actually listened to the song that I can just remember it off the top of my head. Baby. Yeah, yeah, ding dong. Hell yeah. Yeah, ding dong banger. Yeah. There's a Will Ferrell Eurovision movie. Yeah. It's quite good. Oh, I hate that. This one's probably fine as is, honestly. We can test. Yeah, that's fine. It'll move nice. And tell me anything and I'll listen. I might even know what to say. But either way, I'll be here. Hi, Nanai! Haven't seen that movie. I don't watch much movies. It's pretty good. I liked it. How's the work going? We're working. In talking about Eurovision. Sorry for hijacking the topic? No. There was no topic. You gave me one. Hi, Nightly. Hi, my sweet baby boy. You gonna come into my lap? He was thinking about it. He was like on the arm of the chair with his front paws on my leg like, am I gonna get in your lap? Answer is yes. Nobody wants to know ya but me. I only want one thing. Do I wanna... This isn't evil. Yeah, give me that one thing. I'ma give you that one thing. Am I gonna hate this? Oh, that's so much. This one could almost not be vile. Move this. I'll just do it. Attempt to make an American song contest. There was one because the winner of that one tried to qualify for Sweden this year. Hey there. How does that work? I'ma give you that one thing. I'ma give you that one thing. The thing, the one thing, the one thing. I'ma give you that one thing. Baby, for you all my life, better do me right, do me right. Oh, baby, do me all my life, all my life. Been waiting for you all my life, gonna do me right, do me right. Oh, boy, you're gonna do me right. You're so sweet. Why do you have to hit me with your tail in the face every time? Now I have kitty cat hair all on me. Celine Dion! What? And what? That just doesn't sound right. What do you mean, Celine Dion? I guess I should highlight it. Our current goal is Hang Cam Week. Oh yeah, ABBA. Those guys were Eurovision. Wasn't Waterloo one of the ones? Waterloo! Won 1974? I knew it. I knew it. Mama! I might hit this with a 4 vision after I get this meshed. Basically, hair, especially bangs, are gonna take up... I don't know why I say especially bangs. Probably because they're like... If you think about where a model is usually zoomed in, it's like the face and shoulders for the most part. So you want the hair that's around there to actually have the most attention put to it if you're going to put more attention in one place. And right now, I'm not entirely convinced that this will move smoothly if I don't fortify this. I can find out real quick with a pretend rigging. I feel like I win when I lose. Waterloo. Okay, yeah, there you go. You can see because there's only like a small number of verts. You get these straight edges in between the verts if it curls up too much. So we want to have more verts. So I come forward, divide it, and it's still a decent number without being like a crazy amount. And now it'll curl up better. My genre of music? I don't know. I listen to a lot of things. I listen to like folk and pop and alt and rock and all sorts of stuff. I've had my hip hops and my raps that I listen to. If it's good, I'll like it. Or I should say, if it's good to me, I'll like it. All my life, been waiting for you all my life. You do me right, do me right. Oh, what you gonna do me, do me? Like, no one is really picky about genre anymore these days. I don't know. Them country boys are still gonna be country boys. Even if there is like country rap now, it's to them it's a totally different thing. Or as I like to call it, crap. You know, like we have K-pop, it's country rap, crap. All my life, been waiting for you all my life. Gonna do me right, do me right. Oh, what you gonna do me, do me? Ooh, the rake brush. Rake your bed and then the sofa. I give you that one thing, yeah. Actually, Miss Lola Young, I found out she won a Grammy for Messi. Congrats to her. I hope she's doing better. I know there was a stint where, like, she was so overworked with her live performances and like so stressed out that she passed the fuck out on stage. Yes, Nightly? Why did you leave and then come back? I will say 80s pop and most things resembling 80s pop have always been big favorites of mine. Like, oh, when Cell Dweller was doing Scandroid. Is he still making stuff as Scandroid? Not really. Answer? Not really. I like synths. What can I say? Oh my god, this cat. One thing. All my life, been waiting for you all my life, gonna do it right. YouTube wants to yet again to watch you hold it out for a hero karaoke. Don't look at it! It knows you'll click it. Crazy frog. Well, you'll have the chance tomorrow. crab god. Christ's Ascension Day? A holiday in America too? No. I've never heard of that. I mean, probably the thing closest to that for us would be like Easter. I mean, just from the sound of it. It's certainly not a holiday here. And by that I mean like a bank holiday. And maybe some people that celebrate it, I guess. I don't know. But it's not like a federal holiday. Christ Sky Flying Day! I like that way better. Bye, Jesus. And I get it at one thing. My planet needs me. I do wanna go along this line specifically. There's a bit of a mess up here. I do like to have the border like pretty close to the actual art because it makes it take up less space when you do your texture layout. And you have less chance of accidental overlaps. Nah, that's a bit less messy. This is still a sight to behold. That so I can actually see it. All right, that'll do. I wanna adjust. That'll do. I'm begging for Live2D to give us the brush for this. God, it'd be so fantastic to have that tool while adjusting art meshes. Because right now the only thing that we really have for moving multiples is like a full-on lasso. And that's not what I need. And then this. God, it's so ugly. I hate auto meshes. That's probably the best. This we'll deal with later because we're gonna just copy the mesh for the face to it. Because it's going to move with the face skin. There you go, that's eyebrow. Yep. That's the other eyebrow. I think we've decided these eyes are very symmetrical. Would an eyebrow need that complex of a mesh? Yes. I explained this earlier, but the reason why you need a bunch of dots, right, is because that's the only place that it can bend. So, if we take this, it can bend very smoothly, right? Because it has all of that. Like, it's not got... If you're doing, like, super extreme, you can kind of see where it becomes straight edges, but you're not going to be that close, right? So you can be really extreme with it. But if this was more like... Right, you might think like, oh, that's good enough for an eyebrow. Well, now it's got big, jagged edges. And you're going to see that from afar. You're going to see how crunchy it looks. So yes, the eyebrow needs that complex of a mesh. Because, like, eyebrows have to move out of their standard position quite a bit for just, like, normal movement. And so, like, their resting place is already in a shape, and they quite regularly are deformed to be pretty much the opposite arc of that shape, which means it's having to bend against the way that it's drawn, which is always going to like be difficult to get it to look like not crunchy in some places because of that fact. So if you're like, oh, it's just an eyebrow, it doesn't need many dots, you're gonna get extra crunchy eyebrow whenever you do it like this shape. Like, it's gonna be crunchy as hell. That's not evil. That's probably good. This shine, we're not going to mesh it separately. We're going to mesh this and then just copy the mesh to that shine. Because it's pretty much only going to move with this line. This is another thing that you really want a lot of dots for. You gotta get this shit smooth. Now, I guess if you wanted to, like, with this shine part, you could make it so that when the head turns, like, it goes and moves across. I'm not doing that because I think it'll just look more natural if it follows the eyelash line the whole time. Journal number you aim for? No, you just look at it and you say, yep, that'll be enough to move like I want it to move. I mean, and here's the thing, right? Unless you're animating the art mesh directly, most of the stuff that you're going to be using and actually moving is going to be deformers. So if you find out later that like you don't have enough density to your art mesh, you can go back and add more. You can completely remesh it, and the deformer will still have all the same movements that it had, and will still move everything in the way that you wanted it to, but now with a better mesh. That's why there's very few things that you want to actually like directly animate the art mesh for. And usually that's going to be like final touches for a lot of stuff. Like I do very little animating on the art mesh itself for the hair, unless it's like the tips for some of the physics. Eye blinking, like the eyelash closing, that's with the art mesh. And then some people use deformers for the mouth. I don't do that, except for the mouth X and the mouth XY. But yeah, most stuff you're not going to be animating the art mesh directly. There's some cases that you might. Face turns, sometimes you will do it for precision modification of the shapes whenever you're looking in the different directions. But a lot of stuff you don't. Glue. Once you've learned glue, you love glue. When you don't know glue, you're afraid of glue. But here, because I erased the mesh on the shine to be just where the shine is, we can now see that the eyelash is the red and the shine would have been green. So we make the glue all red, and now the shine will follow the lash instead of the other way around. Like that. Now, I could just copy the eyelash mesh again for the eyeliner, but I'm going to mesh it separately so that whenever the eye is closed, we'll be able to see a little bit more of the eyeliner than whenever it's open. Never learned glue. It was so weird and scary. So the way that you're first, like, you see glue, you're like, oh, that's awful. And then you find out the brain dead way to use glue, and it's like, oh, this is fucking great. Because I tried using glue before I knew the brain dead way, and I was like, this fucking sucks. Brain dead way, I love you, glue. So like the way that you normally think of glue, right, is like, oh, it has to have overlapping vertices for it to be glued. So I need to set it up, like if I wanted to glue the shoulder to the arm, then you think like, oh, I need to mesh them at the same time so I have the overlapping ones in the right spot, and then I glued those. And then I have to mesh the rest of this and this, and it's annoying, right? But what you can do for the brain dead easy way is you don't apply the glue directly to the two different art meshes that you want it to be, right? What you do is say like, you want the arm and the shoulder to be glued. Set everything up normal style as if nothing's being glued. What you're going to do for your glue is you're going to copy the arm or the chest, whichever one that you want to be glued, to follow the other. You copy that. You just copy paste that mesh. Turn the opacity to 0. And then glue it to itself in the area that you want the glue to be. and then the glue, you move into the deformer that is moving the thing that you want it to be glued to. So like you would move the glue of the arm into the chest deformer that is affecting the shoulder. Brain dead, easy, so simple. It sounds not whenever I'm explaining it. Maybe I can, do I have a PSD that I can just shove in here to actually show you what I'm talking about? I know, it sounds like I'm talking absolute nonsense right now. Hold on. Okay. Say, oh, I want, I don't know, this to be glued to that. Instead of grabbing it and like going into it and trying to mesh both of them to have overlapping ones at the same place, right? So that this is always touching this. You do this, right? So now they're both meshed. And then this has its deformer. And then this has its deformer. And let's say like, oh, angle X, we're gonna move it this way and like that way. And then the opposite, right? So if we want the ears to be glued to that in the spot where it touches, we're gonna copy the ears, paste it, and now we have ears 2, which I renamed to ears glue. Opacity to 0. So you take ears and ears glue, go in here, select the parts that you want to be glued. So you can either do the whole thing or just part of it. Glue. And so now you put the ears glue into the warp deformer of green. So you can see now that part is glued there, and then you adjust the weight to actually make it follow all the way. So like if you do it this, right, that means the base ear is controlling it. So we want it to be green. And then now that actually fully follows the green. And then you can change the weight for this brush like down to 2 and then like gently adjust, right, like that, to kind of smoothen it out. Yeah, it's brain dead glue. It's the best. It makes glue actually worth living. Sorry, using. That's a Freudian slip. Anyways, that's the best way to glue stuff. You might see when we zoom out, you can kind of see like this line where the mouth is hidden by the skin. You don't have to worry about that because the mouth is going to be closed whenever it's closed. So you're not going to actually see that once it's rigged properly. Or was I eyes? Anyway, that's the easy way to do glue. It'll save your life. Instead of trying to like key everything to match. Just brain dead easy glue. We love you, brain dead easy glue. Because there was a long time that I was trying to use glue and I was doing it the hard way. And I was like, this sucks. I hate glue. And then I saw people posting about how they hated glue until they figured out the brain dead easy way to use it. And then I saw their post and I was like, I don't get it. I don't understand what you're saying, even with the video showing of what they were doing. And then I finally figured it out and I was like, glue. I get it now. Like, there was one video that I swear to God I had to watch like 3 times before it started to click of like what was I actually viewing. Yeah, because whenever I was trying to do glue the bad way, the bad evil way, I would be like, all right, let's mesh these two. And I would like make the overlapping mesh part and then just make a big box of simple verts around the rest of it so that I could then go back and do that one mesh to actually mesh the rest of it. And it's like, oh, this sucks. I love you, brain dead glue. You're the best. There, I'll do that so you're happy. Not you guys, Live2D. I'm gonna make this big enough so that it'll work for the one behind it as well. Work smarter, not harder. Or in my case, do both. The fuzzy edges. They're beautiful, but they make it a little difficult whenever doing the art mesh to see exactly where it ends. So I'm not cutting it off. There we go. My brain turned off for a second there. I was like, what am I doing again? That should probably be fine, actually. You really don't need that much detail for these. And while I could glue this, it's not really necessary. They're going to be in the same... It's not going to be in a deformer. It's going to be rigged. But I'm going to just touch them both and have them both selected and then rig them both at the same time. And then, ta-da. I've decided I hate the auto. I do this all the time. I'm like, yeah, that's fine. And then 2 seconds later, I'm like, no, it's not. That makes me happier. Alrighty, ready. For the longest time, I didn't realize this was a thing that you can do. The display, show modeling, or show model image. Whenever you set up your clipping IDs and everything, whenever you go to set up the art mesh, you'll see that it's confined by what it's clipping to, right? Because this is clipped to the white of the eye, this top part looks like it's cut off, but if you do show modeling image, you can actually see the full image instead of what you're going to see when it's clipped. So you can actually properly do the art mesh without having to guess at what is not being seen because it's being clipped right now. Very handy. Yummy. How's the rig coming? I mean, we're still in setup. There's a lot of work you have to do before you ever make a singular thing move. But it's all to make your life a little bit easier once you do make the thing move. And look, this is gonna be a full Nami rig, not some baby basic bullshit because it's on stream. You'll see exactly how my workflow has been for like my model that I'm using right now and like Shiicho's model. Which means all the physics, setup, and drivers. Oh. That's a fun little friend over there. Head over, watch Eurovision now. Sweden qualified. Last semi-final. Let's go! Watch and rage that the wrong songs qualify. Nice trade. Thanks for dropping by. Trade secret. Glue. We love glue. This, honestly... Well... Never mind. I was like, this can probably be autoed. The auto mesh algorithm is poop. It's garbage. I disagree it is the best. Well, you don't know what you're talking about. Like, factually. Like, that's just a fact. You don't know what the fuck you're saying. Let me double check this. Yeah, there we go. All right, Otto. Will you do it good? Almost. Yeah, that's better. Is that contained enough? I think so. See, the real problem with the auto is it just does not evenly distribute anything. Why were 3 of the triangles massive on that last part? That's the thing with the auto. It's just trash. It's just garbage. It does not get the job done. If the job is to set up the art mesh for it to deform well, then it does not get the job done. Again, you're just wrong. That might be overkill, but I'd rather have it than need it later and realize that I didn't overkill it. Working with a gross looking auto mesh to see that actually, there are times where I'm like, ah, yeah, this auto mesh is probably good, right? And then I get to the part and then I'm like, I'm a stupid fucking idiot. Why do I ever think that the auto mesh is going to be okay? It's not. Because I get to the part where I was like, yeah, no, this auto mesh is probably fine. And then it looks like shit. And then I have to go back in and completely mesh it from scratch because I was trying to be lazy on one part. So yes. Here's a secret. We're not going to bother to mesh most of this except for like the shines. Because we're just going to copy paste the eye. Except for the shines, because they might be slightly asymmetrical. I mean, when you first start rigging, you just don't know any better, right? So you probably use auto mesh on a number of things. Because you're like, wow, yay. Actually, when I first started rigging, I meshed everything by hand. And then at some point I was like, man, this auto mesh like probably does a good enough job for this stuff. And then I used it on more things. And then you get better and you're like, this just doesn't move the way that I want it to move and look whenever you use auto mesh. So then you stop using it. So tutorials I watched assured me the auto mesh was fine. Yeah, those tutorials are fucking liars. Because they don't want to teach you how to actually properly mesh something because they probably also don't know how to actually properly mesh something. or don't know, like, the theory that they're using behind meshing something to explain it. That one should be symmetrical. We're just gonna turn this eye off for now. Yeah, density too large. Give me a moment. Actually, that's what I thought. Slightly more symmetrical. But that's not really even... Was it that important? Probably not. Was I gonna make sure? Yes! You better fucking believe it. Now this is gonna be basically your most dense part of your model. So you're like, yeah, that's probably dense enough, right? No! 4 division. Now you have enough. It needs to look like a hellscape of dots. And that's how you know it's good. This needs very few. This is one of the few places that you use glue in like a traditional sense. And you want it to follow the lip line, not the skin. And I moved the lip line down so I could see more easily. And then to get it back to the right spot, you go modeling, edit form, revert to original. And now it's where it was. Now we do it again. For division. Now you could copy paste and like glue the lipstick to the bottom lip. I don't do that because the bottom lip has to deform so much that if you glue the lipstick and have it follow the bottom lip exactly, it'll look ridiculous. So you do in fact want that to be independent and so that you can deform it into nice pretty shapes. Because it will look like doggy doo-doo if you don't. Konami! So because the lip skin is green, we want to make the glue red so that it follows the lip line. This one you can probably get away without the 4 division, but might as well. It won't hurt. Now that is not an attitude to carry with everything. Some things are in fact best deformed when they have very few dots. Like if something is meant to have straight edges and you have a bajillion dots on the edge because you used auto, you're gonna have a difficult time keeping that edge actually straight. Like if you're deforming a box, just put the 4 corners as dots. Or if it's beveled, put the dots where the bevels are as well. And then you can actually keep the edge straight because it has no option but to be straight. Hold on, I need to turn the AC up. The babies won't get into dry. Oh, I got back just in time. Why did I struggle? Look on top of that cheese. We're doing some rigging. This is an extreme close-up of a mouth right now. Look, I knew I wanted to say the word time, but my mouth was like, what if we said a CH? What if we said just in chime? And that's not what I wanted to say. That's not at all what I want to say. Anyways, yeah, if you need something to be a straight edge, if you put a bunch more dots, you're going to have a difficult time keeping it a straight edge. More dot does not equal more better. This one doesn't need that much detail, actually. It's good like this. Also, judgment calls to make like that. It's like, as you rig more, you'll notice that sort of thing. Where if you're like, oh, I'm trying to move a box around, why does this edge keep kind of like fucking up with the deformer? Well, because you gave it lots of dots. Like, I'll show you a practical example. As it loads, my god, there's so many texture pieces. Konami! Here we go, Miss Isla Coleman. Accessory. Nope. Clothing. Yes. Wait, did I actually do it on this? No. This was a bad example. I'm a fool. I thought I had done it on this bag because it's more square. You can see where I had to fight crunchings. So like this, getting all crunchy. It also gets crunchy here. So like anywhere that it kind of crunches like this, that's because there's a dot there for it to crunch. See, like this. If you do the few amount, you can, hey, this was auto. For the most part. I went and added the line on the seam. So like, you can adjust the auto to be kind of usable. Actually, was it auto? Some of it looks auto, some of it doesn't. Like this looks like I did it with the drawing tool. Yeah, we're talking about meshes. Some of this looks auto, some of it doesn't. I don't know. But you can see like it kind of crunches up in weird spots because it has dots to crunch up. But if you didn't have all those dots, well, it can't crunch up there. But this also has a curve, so unfortunately it does need to have those dots. Exactly. Less spaces that it can deform means that you keep it rigid. Because it cannot move unless it has a dot there to move. A vertex, if we're going to use the actual technical term. This doesn't really need to bend much, so this is fine. We didn't always have the stroke meshing tool. Even now it still says in beta. It really made life a lot easier in a lot of ways. This also doesn't really need to deform very much. More than 0. Because you need to move it whenever your head moves side to side, but not a ton. The tongue moves like the least when it's inside the mouth. You really just need enough for it to form, for it looking like side to side. And that should do it. Now this! That wasn't what I clicked. Come on now. This we need to be able to move a lot. Should hopefully be good. And here you can do this as your first thing to actually rig by popping it on mouth open. You're just gonna squish it. Then I also usually have it kind of follow. Baseline, we're not going to mesh itself. We're going to mesh the face base and then copy that to the line. And then glue. Can't you just do it better? Blush like this is theoretically one of the few things that you can kind of use auto mesh on, but like sometimes it's just gross. That's kind of okay. See, the auto mesh doesn't even do it symmetrically, even though the art is symmetrical. And you get random extra shit like that. Basically, you can't use auto mesh and just be like, yep. Smile, it's done. No. You gotta adjust it. Only really useful for amorphous blobs, pretty much. It's just like, its best use is for things that you can't see clearly where it fades out. So like the blush being super airbrushed, it's hard to see where the actual edge of it is, and that's pretty much its use case. It's something like that. We do not need each individual freckle to be meshed. It's gonna move as a group. Psychopath? I mean, it's just not useful to individually mesh them. It's just silly. You're probably gonna make it harder on yourself, if anything. This stroke meshing tool is so good for the face. Because you used to have to place all of these individually to get this nice outline. Back in my day. You basically want this middle line to be on the edge. Because then you get control of the edge, you get control out of the edge, and you get control inside the edge. And because we're going to be copying this to our line, that will also put it into the right place for the line. And then you technically don't actually need anything in here because, as far as I can see, there's not any real shading difference. But you can do this. Just to make it look nicer. There you go, that's the face. And now we go and copy it to all the things that it needs to be copied to. So see, because we put that middle line right on the edge, it's like right in the line itself. Do I want it to be with the line? Or do I want it to be with the face? I'll do the face. You can glue multiple things to the same thing. You just have to look at your hierarchy for what, like, if something is going to be glued to two different things and you want it to have one thing control one part, then you need to have that glue higher up in the hierarchy than the other glue. So, like, if I wanted, for some reason, to use the face shade to control this part of the face, but I want the face line to follow the face base, then I would need to move this above the glue with the face line, so that if I set this to control the face base, then the control of that from the face base then gets passed on to the line as well. If you have it in the other way, it won't properly pass down the glue. So basically, if you have A glued to B and B glued to C, and you want C to control part of B, while B controls all of A, then the glue from B to C needs to be above the glue from A to B, or else it won't work. That's probably the easier way to say it. Yes, glue does have a hierarchy. And then we also need... That's right, to copy it to here, too. There we go. And now this face base controls everything attached to it. So the master shape is at top. Not necessarily the master shape. Basically, because like if we're considering the face base to be the master shape, but I wanted the face shade to control part of that, then I wouldn't consider the face shade to be the master shape, because it's not controlling the whole thing. It's only controlling part of it. But because it would be controlling part of it, and then other stuff is glued to it that you would want to also follow that shape, then it would need to be at the top. I guess the master shape, the master shape is a difficult thing to say. Just whatever you want to move everything that it's touching, that needs to be at the top. Because to me, the master shape is more like what everything is connected to, or like what you're gluing everything to, rather than the one that's moving everything. Because it's not moving everything, it's moving part of it. We probably won't have an actual application of that happening in this model, so it doesn't really matter. Other than as a theory. Turn off. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I get what you're saying, but also, like, I feel like master can be applied in different ways. Especially because whenever it comes to glue, it could be complex enough that you're having, like, lots of different parts that are moving an area of something, and then the stuff that's also in that area. Max pieces you have glued to each other? Oh. Oh, I had the stupid fucking mirror edit on. They might look at this and be like, couldn't you just leave that a box? No. I want to have a line down the middle. So that I can make it curve properly. Because it's not something that's flat. It has fabric bunched up under it. Yeah, you have to think of like this isn't a flat image, right? You have to think of it as what it is. This is the knot on a bow. And if you tie it over it, well, then it's got all of this fabric from the rest of the bow pieces bundled underneath it, which means that whenever it goes to the side, then these, right? This is going to be pushed further out than this and this at the edges. So you need to be able to make it look like it has that 3D bulging. Because it's not just a flat square. It's a bow knot. So, like, you have to think about the fact that these things are 3D objects and the reality of the drawing itself. And then know how it'll need to move to actually convey that. So like I have this line of verts here because the bow, whenever it folds over, it has a bit of depth to it. So whenever we turn, I can pull these to increase that depth. Because it's not folded flat, you know, it's a piece of ribbon that is in a loop. So you can grab this area and like be able to move it to make it look thicker there. Obviously not that crazy, but yeah. You can also add these to protect that edge. So that this line doesn't get stretched out. This is why auto mesh is crap. Auto mesh would just cover it in a blanket of dots that are not even remotely evenly spread out, and you wouldn't have any fine control over like specific areas like that. Because it would just be like, oh, dot, 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 dot. So you might have like part of this line in the middle of 2 dots beside it. Yeah, there you go. So since I put that extra line here, that edge is protected, so you can really make it look deeper there. Takes a little longer, but it's much better for making things move in an intentional way. No, it does matter where the dots are. It's honest work. It's work, all right. I saw Kome-san. She said this is the obiage. That's what I couldn't remember what it was called. The obiage. I knew it was something like that. Am I gonna rename it? I don't know, maybe. I do feel like knowing 3D modeling can kind of help with Live2D because of the fact that it's the same principle of like placing down verts, and that's the only place that it can move and deform. In 3D modeling, you have a lot more of the intentionality of like where you have your verts and your edges and everything, because it will bend on that point. And where you have it can severely affect like how believably it moves. So So you already have like the basic theory behind verts. And if you were in 3D modeling and you were doing like, it's why retopo exists, right? So like you can do a high poly sculpt in ZBrush and then use Z remesher. But can you use that Z remesher like topology to animate with? Well, no. Because it's just placing shit down to cover it. Okay, I'm not gonna be able to cover it in quads. It doesn't actually like know the logic of, oh yeah, there needs to be a ring here so that it folds correctly and like everything else. So like Z remesher is kind of your auto mesh in this, while meshing manually would be your retopo. Except your Z remesher is way better than your auto mesh in this. Because Z remesher, you can actually be like, hey, this is a high density area, or make a loop here. And it has actual volumetric data to kind of know where to place stuff in order to preserve details. Well, this is all just a flat image, and it's like, all right, boss, I'm gonna throw a bunch of dots on this flat image. You tell me if that's good. It's not. None of the dots will follow the details that would be like volumetric data in a 3D sense. Is poopy garbage. Like here, we can actually do a comparison, right? She's pasting. It's taking a moment. I love Live2D. Don't crash. It's not. It's loading textures. Alright, so this is the exact same part. This is the one that we did manually, and then this is what standard auto mesh would do. And at first you look at that and you're like, yeah, that's great. That'll like move and I can make it bouncy and everything. But a bunch of these dots do nothing. Like these just exist to exist. If I, you know, do this, right? To make that depth. Well, guess what? You can't really do that here. Because there is no line. Like, this is kind of the best that you could get. And it's going to be all crunchy because you're not actually getting a line. And even if you tried to affect it, well, now you have moved this outer line. Like, it's just much less effective as a mesh for deforming it. Even if it looks like, yeah, that's usable. But, like, is it really? Auto mesh is a lie. Don't believe its lies. Because you'll fight way harder than you should have to. Than if you just took the few minutes to lay it out properly. Because you'll spend a lot of time looking at an auto mesh rigged thing and being like, oh my god, this is crunching. How do I uncrunch it? The answer is the mesh. Change the mesh. Like, you would think, oh, the auto mesh is probably fine for hair, right? No, it'll crunch up the hair texture on the inside of the shape as well. That's why I put lines that are in, like, even though I use the 4 division, I put lines following the inner texture. So, like, if there's any specific lines that are drawn inside the hair texture, then I'll put verts following that. So that I actually have control of that line. Do I wanna... Right, 4 divide. No, I hate it. I'll just divide it more manually. Unless a bow is made out of very stiff material, they're quite flowy, so you really want a lot of verts. Almost as much as hair. Like that. I ran out of water. I should go get water. So I don't dry up. I'll be right back. I don't want to be a raisin. I say as I chomp on salty chips. And do indeed have some ruffles. Boris, thank you for the wave. Thank you. KB, thank you for the wave. Thank you. I did try it on the hot dog. I had that yesterday for lunch. It was good. Not anything crazy. I mean, I've had times where I crush up chips onto sandwiches, so it's kind of like that. I think it would be better if I had hot dog sauce. Like the salty crunch with the extra meaty on top. To be fair, salty something is not the antithesis of hydration. Salt is what keeps water in your body. If you have a bunch of water and no salt, like if you increase your water intake without also increasing your electrolyte intake, all your water just runs straight through you. That's why people with a high salt diet, but without adequate hydration, also like hold a lot of water weight. Because it's basically their body holding on desperately to any amount of hydration it has. You need to have a balanced amount of electrolytes and water. It's part of why doctors will recommend if you have POTS to increase your sodium, because usually our blood volume is also like lower than it should be. So you're supposed to increase your hydration to like 3-fold essentially, but also increase your sodium a lot so that your body will actually hold on to the water, and it helps your vessels like constrict properly to move your blood around instead of your heart just going, whoa, that's crazy, pump, 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 pump. That's why if you have too much potassium, it's bad for you, because potassium relaxes your vessels and you'll like get crazy low blood pressure. It's a delicate balance. You need salt with potassium. It's what, hyperkalemia? You're so smart. No, I'm chronically ill. When your body doesn't work right, you kind of have to learn these things about how it functions to try and mitigate it. Not knowing about how your body works is a privilege. Because that means your shit just works, like normal style. That, or I guess you're just, like, content with being in the hell dimension of fucked up. Have you ever eaten a ruffle, like, ridge by ridge? It's very hard. Yeah, the plain ones. Ruffles are very salty. How are they? They're delicious. They're ruffles. I don't think they're like crazy saltier than like a Lay's original. I think it's just like the ridges help to catch a bit more salt. It's like more surface area in the crevices to trap stuff. Guys, the potatoes I planted are sprouting. Original Lay's are very salty too, yeah. I've done literally nothing to them other than put them into the plant, like the pot. I watered them twice and then it's just been raining a bunch on and off. So I haven't had to do anything else with them in a bit. And there's lots of sprouts coming up. My ancestors, they knew what they were about. How are the mystery shrooms going? They haven't gotten any bigger. Here's how to have a garden if you feel like you struggle to grow anything. Potato, green onion. Now you're a master. You a green thumb. Impress everyone you know. They do want to live. The green onion puts up new, like, shoots constantly. You cut one off to use it, and then, like, 2 days later, you can see a new shoots coming up. Now doing it this way with the infinite cut and go, you'll never be able to use the white part of the onion because if you rip it out of the pot, it'll be way woody because it's like, it's pretty big. It's a big onion now. Yeah, zucchini one should grow. Not all squash, though. My honey nut squash that I was trying to grow was pretty difficult to actually get enough flowers going to properly pollinate it to grow a fruit. But I know usually that if you have zucchini, you're like begging people to take zucchini. All my delicious ruffles are gone. I mean, not all of them, but the ones that I put in the bowl for me to have as a snack. Portion control. When that small of a bag of chips costs $4, we actually exercise portion control with it. Don't they understand? Doesn't the world understand that delicious salty snacks are a medical necessity for me? A lot of people for real get told by their doctors, like, I don't know, eat more McDonald's fries. I passed my final, yay, let's go! Woo! Congrats, Tari! Wow, my dono alert, like, was in the witness protection program. Did you see that? Covered by the, by the art text. Let's go! Who was that woman? Guys, you know what I realized? 2.0 redesign? That means that, like, my $100 dono alert that I animated will be out of date. I would have told you immediately if you missed it this time. Thank you. Good thing you caught the donut last stream. I fear what would have happened if you didn't, right? Maybe on yourself again. I'll just have to trace it with the design changes. It is very nearly like done in terms of art. I got another update this morning. I had to ask for one change. But otherwise, it's been just like, yes, I love it. I am Majapan now. You know, talk about a snack that's the antithesis of hydration. This shit takes all of the moisture from your mouth. I mean, it's basically a puck of dehydrated peanut butter and, like, powdered sugar is what it tastes like. So yeah, it's a little thirsty. If you know someone who is allergic to peanuts and you want to kill them, that's the way to do it. They'll be dying of thirst from the marzipan drying up their throat, and the peanuts will close up their throat. It'll be fucking over for them. I'm not endorsing doing this. I'm just saying. And that was one of my first thoughts whenever I had it, and I was like, wow, this is dry as hell. I was like, man, good thing I don't have a peanut allergy. I don't know what that says about me. It's like whenever I pick up something heavy and I'm like, man, you could really bludgeon someone with this. You could really knock someone out. I think that's just a common human thought, you think? Yay! Back to being symmetrical. And by that I mean things that I can copy paste to the other side. I have to adjust it. This part. There we go. Copy. Paste. Yay. Oh my god. There's so many layers. There's not even that many layers on this. But it's so many layers when you have to go through and mesh them all before you can actually do any rigging. Next time I have to go to the Wally Mart, I want to try the agua frescas that I saw there. Because, like, they had the concentrates, right? Like I got last time. But now they also have, like, these granules. Like a crystal light aguas frescas. Aguas frescas? Agua frescas. Frescas. They had a limon pepino. There was an horchata fresca. They also had just like a normal limon lime. I didn't look at all the flavor. There was a mango. I know that. There was probably a normal horchata. I live for pepino limon Gatorade, so if it tastes anything like that, I would be overjoyed. Yeah, I bet the horchata fresca is also yummy because it's the strawberry horchata. At some point, I will be like, yes, I can justify the expense of getting some abuelita hot cocoa. Look, trust me, I want some abuelita. I enjoy abuelita's hot cocoa. How expensive is it? I don't know. I have to look. I could look right now. Once I finish this mesh. I think I want that there. And then... That looks good. Alright, let's look. Walmart. Oh, I just remembered I have a can of refried beans. Yeah. Abuelita. Let's see. For 8 servings, it's $2.74. For 16, it's $4.34. For the 24 servings one, it's $5.82. That's the one with the tablets. That's why I said that's an expense, abuelita. Yeah, that's the good one with the tablets. The others are like the mix. I like the way Abuelita looks at us from the package. She's got a secret. Abuelita, what's your secret? Oh my gosh, I have a picture of it next to some conchas. Ah! God, if only. Okay, yeah. This one. The aguas frescas. It's Klass. Klass. It's got vitamin C in it. Sorry, I think it says it's limonada pepino, which sounds still delicious. Same brand I had before, it was really good. Very sweet. So what you're saying is get extra lemon or lime to put in it. Yeah, it looks like they also have the powdered hibiscus. They have pineapple. They've got the horchata fresca. We got mango, cantaloupe. Just straight up lime. Ooh, tamarind. And then those were the big bags. And then we also had like the liquid concentrates from a different brand, Fiesta. But they just have like horchata, tamarindo, and hibiscus. See, I still think I prefer hibiscus as a hot tea. And then they also have this Klass Atole. We got vanilla, strawberry, walnut. No, I like my hot hibiscus teas. They're yummy. Yeah, I think the reason why I didn't grab the aguas frescas pepino limon whenever I saw it was the already sweetened. I think that scared me out of grabbing it. I think I looked at the back and everything. I was like, how sweetened? I need to just get limes and cucumber and make some. Because it's not like a difficult drink. Oh, there's probably a little bit of mint. Let's see. To a blender, add your chopped peeled cucumber, 1 cup of sugar, 1/4 cup of lime juice, and 4 cups of water. Blend. Strain. You don't have to blend it if you're not a coward. I mean, if you want it to be an actual, like, aguas fresca, then yeah. But if you're okay with it being more, like, smoothie texture, you don't have to blend it. Well, I mean, the pepino limon is also, like, very accessible in terms of ingredients in comparison to, like, the tamarindo. I don't think I can get my hand on tamarinds very easily. Horchata is just, like, extra effort. And you have to get cinnamon stick. Ooh, this person's like recipe for their horchata uses a 4th round of Mexican chocolate tablet, aka a 4th of an abuelita tablet. Ooh, piña y pepino. Pineapple and cucumber. Yeah, right? Isn't that interesting? And they also have an horchata con fresa. I can really speak today, guys. Agua fresca de fresa con leche. Fresas con crema. Isn't that most days? No. What do you mean? Why would you lie? You got a good choice, leches. Guys, imagine 14 leches. I don't know how you would find that many different types of milks. Ooh, mazapan and chocolate-covered strawberries. 7? Not quite. That'd be 14. 14 milks. How do we get the 14 milks? Catorce leches. How do we do it? Yeah, you'd have to have like oat milk and almond milk and coconut milk and cashew milk. Goat milk, yeah. Soy milk. Could we also do like condensed versions of all of these milks? And that also would double our milk, our milk count there, right? Because tres leches, you know, you have your evaporated milk, your condensed milk, right? Right, guys? You can't say I guess question mark because that's what tres leches is evaporated milk, condensed milk, and then like whole milk. So we gotta evaporate and condense all the extra milks. Yeah, I was thinking dried milk. Wait, so if we have oat milk, cashew milk, coconut milk, almond milk, soy milk, right? That's 5 times 3. We've so hit 14. And that's even without the original 3 milks. We could have 18 leches. Guys, get on this. Yeah, there is like condensed soy milk that you can buy. Yeah, sweetened condensed oat milk, sweetened condensed coconut milk, evaporated coconut milk. Guys. This could happen. I'm not that crazy, baby. $18 milks. 18 leches. Picture it. You would have to add the teeniest, tiniest amount of each one to actually hit 18 in one cake. Creating dishes that should never exist. That's just what I do here. You know, it's like my 6-7 nugget spring roll idea. My adult yo crunch of cottage cheese and Oreo. I'm a visionary. Vision is scary. Buttermilk mayo? That makes mayo myth buttermilk? Does it really? I mean, the 18 leches would probably not taste like super weird because most of these substitutes are meant to taste very similar to dairy milk. The thing that would probably actually taste the most like a flavor would be like the coconut milk. You know, there's so many things that you can consume in your life that you have no clue is like a regional thing until way later in life. And you just like dox yourself to hell and back by not knowing. Like, even something that's just like, oh yeah, when we get snow cones, we put this on them. Low-cal eggless mock mayo uses gelatin and buttermilk. I don't like that. That's made me upset. Gelatin? A kid that I had 33rd Street, San Francisco, California biscuits. Those are so good. Can't get them anywhere else. What the fuck is that? Realize that topping is only used in a 10 square mile area on the entire planet. It's like, it's to the point that if you get that topping, people will call it like that state snowball. When I was flipping through the book, I was floored when I read it. People just put shit together. People be making the craziest things, like 18 leches. Look, I only set out for 14. It was a happy accident. Oh, man. Even just calling it a snowball instead of a snow cone. That's a regional. That's a regionalism. All that conversation without you butchering any of those pronunciations. How do you fuck up leches? Jarritos. I've just never had any Jarritos. Soda or pop or Coke? Yup. Leeches. Leches. Tres leches. That's probably it. Tres leches. I figured it out. Worst part is the regions don't line up, so if you say pop, sneakers, and sun shower, it's over for your location. There's a lot of things that, like, are regionalisms. Like, what you call a semi. Like, calling it a semi or an 18-wheeler. That's a regionalism. Tennis shoes or sneakers or trainers, I guess, if you're somehow secretly British. And usually the people that say tennis shoes, they're not saying tennis shoes, they're saying tinny shoes. Oh yeah, big rig. Sun shower. How many phrases do we have for that? I know there's the devil's beating his wife. Not tennis shoes, tinny shoes. As you can imagine, the devil beating his wife. That's very southern. Oh, I say tennis shoes? Ah, I see. I think it's just those two. I think so as well. I can't imagine many others existing. I love how it's like, oh, it's a sun shower. And then the rest of the country's like, the devil's beating his wife. Majority of the country doesn't actually have a word for these in general use. Really? Yeah, I guess they just say, like, it's sunny and raining. I guess they don't consider it enough of a phenomenon to be like, yup. Sun shower, devil's beating his wife. I wonder if it's just less common in those areas. Like the actual weather pattern. I have adopted the devil one because people give you the funniest looks. Well, it's funny. Like, one, the devil has a wife. Two, he's beating her right now, and that's what's making it rain while the sun's out. What? I think there's also something to be said about whether or not you know what Watergate salad is. Because some people do think of Watergate salad as a very Midwestern thing, but it's also Southern. God's rearranging his furniture? Now, why would that cause a sun shower? That I could understand for people saying, like, oh, yeah, that's what the thunder is. No, that's the Watergate scandal that got him impeached. Close. For thunderstorms, we don't have sun showers here. Oh. I guess because it's just always cloudy in Britain. What was I gonna do? Oh, apparently Watergate salad is also called pistachio fluff or pistachio delight. Wait. It says it likely gained its name from a Chicago food editor aiming to boost publicity during the Watergate scandal. And it was originally named Pistachio Pineapple Delight by Kraft. That's funny. Yeah, Watergate salad. Glop. Glop. Yummy. Yummy glop. Although I like ambrosia salad more. I've never seen this thing before. You've never seen Watergate salad? You like those fruit glops? I'm just going to Lubby's and seeing buckets of them. I swear Walmart used to have like ambrosia salads that had like chunks of jello in them. Oh my gosh. That's yummy stuff. You could just get a tub of it. Well, I guess you weren't in a glop region. Yeah, it's stuff like this. This. You used to be able to get stuff like this in like giant tubs. Yeah, I know dumb cake. Glop. Here's another. This is a proper ambrosia salad. Glop. This is the shit that you eat at like a church potluck. Yummy glop. It's like fruit and marshmallows and wet. Thanksgiving and Christmas dinner, yeah. Yeah, glop. Yummy ambrosia salad glop. And the fruit is kind of like up to you. This one's very citrusy and pineapple, it looks like. It looks like orange and pineapple. But a lot of them will also have like cherry. This isn't popcorn? No. Ambrosia salad. Oh, this one. Oh, yeah, this one. Yeah. Wait, this person has the best one. Now that's what I call glop. Look at it. It's got the different color marshmallows. Ah, yeah. That's what it should be, baby. The different colored, like, fruit-flavored mini marshmallows. Yes. Yeah! That's glop! Konami! There's a whole new world of desserts. This is the perfect example of ambrosia salad, even down to the dish that it's in. This 1970s cornet-looking bowl. The recipe is called Vintage Ambrosia Salad, made with fresh fruit, mid-century recipes and cocktails, so they know glop. Oh, I love it. The actual website name is Flower Child, but like flour as in the one that you cook with. Oh my gosh, this glop looks great. Oh, she uses coconut. She used coconut, mandarin, oranges, whipped cream, toasted pecans, sour cream, cherries. I would leave out the pecans, but I just don't like nuts very much. Pineapple, sugar, and mini marshmallows. And then with your cherries in there, you you stir it around and you get streaks of red through it. Glop. When we go back to fruit glop dessert trends, we've lost our way. I agree. We need to make more trifles. Is rice pudding a common dessert there? No. Not enough people are making trifles these days. Wait, imagine a glop trifle. Yeah. You get your glop layers of, like, Jello, then Ambrosia, then Watergate. Glop trifle. Trifles. The most common thing served in a trifle dish that I've ever had in my life is banana pudding. That might actually slap. I agree. I think glop trifle. Banana pudding? Yeah, you put banana pudding in a trifle dish. Like this site right here. Childhood. Banana pudding. That's basically the only thing that ever got put into a trifle dish that I ever saw in my life was banana pudding. Only ever had traditional trifle, like with raspberries / strawberries. Oh, you should have banana pudding. Now, don't get it twisted. There are slices of actual banana in there. You just can't see it. This one looks the most like one you would actually, like, make in your home. Oh shit, wait, this one has pound cake. Okay, you would not make this in your home. This recipe has pound cake. Whoa. No, like the banana pudding you make in your home actually probably look a little bit more like this one. With that no pound cake. Oh my god. Whoa, pound cake. Yeah, no, a normal banana pudding would just be like layers of banana pudding, vanilla wafers, slices of banana, and like Cool Whip. Because your ass is not having actual whipped cream. More likely than not, you're not having actual whipped cream. You're putting Cool Whip in there. Yeah. That's banana pudding. Maybe some walnuts. People love to add nuts where they shouldn't be. Has to be a Cool Whip and Jello brand pudding or it's not real. Look, I went to go show you guys this one picture that's the first one that shows up. And it looks like it's got a fucking meringue on top that's been, like, lightly toasted. That's not banana pudding. Get that shit out of here. Don't put meringue on top that's actually, like, toasted and bruleed a little bit. That's not banana pudding. That's rich people nonsense. You might hear packet of banana pudding, vanilla wafers, chopped bananas, and Cool Whip and be like, ah, yeah, that's cheap. No, actually, if you're poor and this is considered a fancy dessert. This was our fancy dessert, okay? Banana pudding? That's fancy dessert. That's high end. You're making that for occasions. Save for special occasions? Yup. Yup. See? Exactly. Banana pudding has been served at every wedding I've gone to. Yeah, that sounds about right. It's a crowd pleaser, I'll tell you what. People are always excited to see banana pudding. It's another thing I've never actually seen. I think you should change that. I think you should make a banana pudding. It's really easy. They probably actually have the recipe for it on the back of Jello banana pudding boxes. Which is probably where most people have gotten their recipes for it. You're gonna see recipes online and they'll say some shit like sweetened condensed milk is involved. It's not. It's literally just pudding and bananas and vanilla wafers and Cool Whip. That's why you can't get the online recipe. You gotta look at the back of the box. It's the same as getting a recipe for Rice Krispie treats, like homemade ones, from the back of the marshmallow bag. And of course, like, everyone's parents and grandparents also got the recipes from the back of the box, and yet they put it into their recipe cards and books to be like, this is our family recipe for banana pudding. Like, yeah, it's everybody's family recipe for banana pudding. You all got it from the same shit. crazy is they call it the recipe when the main ingredient is just store-bought Jello pudding mix. It's a recipe, damn it. You gotta know to get the Jello pudding mix. And because it's for special occasions, it's the Jello pudding mix and not the Great Value one. Because if it was not a fancy dessert, then you'd be getting the store brand Great Value pudding mix and vanilla wafers and everything else. But it's a special occasion dessert, so you get the name brand shit. Sam's Club pudding. That's right, that's what it would have been. Before it was Great Value. You know what, nowadays, no fucking Better Goods banana pudding. That's Walmart's like upscale store brand. I wonder if a lot of people realize that probably most of their family recipes are actually the recipes of corporations. Unless it's something like passed down from your nonna in Italy, you know? Directly from manufacturers supplying them with cookbooks in the 50s and 60s. Or like recipes being on the back of the box. Because they'd be like, here's our new product. Here's how you make shit with it. Like, that's where most of the, like, horrific glop salads of the 70s came to be. Was like, guys, check out our product. And this terrible monstrosity that you can make with it. Half of all American recipes come from Kraft. Watergate salad does. Probably most of Midwestern cooking. I think we're good. It is a brief uh-oh. See, this is why it's also a good thing that most of my things that I have to rig, I can't stream. Because I can't get distracted talking about glop recipes. The great American heritage of glop recipes. Yeah, I love Brutal Moose videos. He's one of the only, like, YouTubers I get notifications for when something goes up. I don't think I ever turn them on. I think YouTube just knows that I will go immediately. I'm like, oh boy, a new Brutal Moose video. Drop everything. Like, I was there whenever he was still doing video game reviews. I saw the first Brutal Foods whenever it was a brand new concept. Uh-oh. I did not close this. Wait, he's a dad now? I haven't watched his videos recently. He's a father? I always feel a little concerned whenever it's like, hey, this internet goofball's a father now. And I'm like, what? I'm like, they let these people have kids? Now, I would have expected to see like a baby food tasting video to announce that he was a father. So tells me that PewDiePie is a dad. I've only been exposed to this man's videos for a relatively short amount of time, but the fact that Mr. Killdozer is going to be a father... His videos are so vile sometimes. Deeply, deeply bothering to me. No, I was never into PewDiePie myself. Is he worthy? I think you should check him out and find out. He does like these insane dietary challenge videos, like only eating red foods for 7 days, or one was like only eating pink foods. And one of the things that he did was marinate chicken in Pepto-Bismol to make it a pink food. Like I said, he does some vile things. And he air fries 90% of the shit that he makes. And like he doesn't clean the air fryer out and he calls it seasoning. It's vile. I think you should check it out. He apparently used to play for like the UCLA football team and had to stop because he like herniated parts of his spine. Thank God I missed the name. Killdozer? He went viral on Twitter not long ago talking about the Just Bare chicken strips being like the best or the easiest way to lose weight. Like, his videos are a lot like a train wreck. You just can't look away from what he is going to do next. You're scared. You're like, what could happen next? Nothing good. He did do a baby food eating challenge because his wife is pregnant. Bless his wife. Oh yeah, ordinary sausage. Oh my god. How is the mesh open? What do you fucking mean? What has made the mesh open? I didn't, like, open it anywhere. What do you mean? This goddamn program. Where? Where is it open? Where? I added a dot on this line and it never once opened. And it's like, oh, yep, mesh is open now. I'm gonna fucking kill myself. Where is it open? How? How did this delete itself? What do you fucking mean? If I've said it once, I'll say it 1,000 times. Every program I work in is hateful. I, like, clicked nowhere near that. How did it open up? Whatever. Who cares? Not me. Surely. Don't call us Shirley. Well, I'm not Shirley. Don't call me Shirley. Oh, Jack. I wasn't planning on calling you. Don't call me buddy, friend. Don't call me friend, pal. Right, adding dots along that line. Wouldn't the top move as one? Yeah, but these are layers. And this is a definitive shape. So you want to be able to control the fact that it's going to move along these lines that are drawn. And not get crunched. You have to think of, like, vertices as edge protection as well, right? So even if this is all one thing is going to move together, you want to make sure that these edges stay nice and clean and move in a way that doesn't get crunched up. So you put dots along it to protect that edge. You're basically telling the program to move it along these. You have to think. Definitive Shape was the name of my band in high school. That's actually, like, that would be a pretty sick band name. Especially, like, Midwestern emo. The funny part is that I'm gonna end stream and still be in Live2D probably. Not on this model, but on another one. Commission? No. Oh. Let's get this closer. It's probably fine if I don't actually put any verts inside of this. There. And then do a line along this crease. And then I'm gonna do it along these lines. Because even though the flowers are there, the stripes are more important. There you go. This can be auto meshed. Come on now. I guess that's fine. Oh! I didn't catch this. Fart. Open Photoshop.